Greetings, y'all. It is Matt from the Green Arcade. Good morning to everybody out there on the good planet Earth. We're counting down the mere hours now of the Artemis 1 rocket launch. They scrubbed the launch on Monday, and I got a feeling it should work today. Hopefully, I think it will go today. So we'll see. They really need to get it. They really need to get it done today because there are some areas of concern weather-wise out in the Atlantic. Looks like there might be a one that's fixing to become a hurricane out there, so they got to get that done. But for now, that's this afternoon. I think at 1 o'clock Central Time, something like that. But for now, we're gonna play some Farm Sim. So we got the DB120 planter last time, and I ran this thing out of everything, even fuel, so I had to fuel it up. So let me move this out of here. Let's bring old man in here. I forgot which button I pushed. It's that one. Good morning, old man.
Good morning.
Couldn't remember which button did the thing. So we are. Let's see what all is going on. Let me just do a brief down. Debriefing. Maybe that's it. Oh god, that scared me. Water bottle popped. Okay, so we got soybeans planted all up in that big field. The next biggest field, and then we're going to do them here too. The only one we're not going to do them in is this one right there. We're going to leave that one in grass. That one is, it's this one right here. It's kind of steep, and it hasn't been mowed yet, so we're just going to leave that one be. But then we're going to come down here. I did put 13 and 12 together. We're going to put soybeans in that. And then I think old man's already figured out we need to finish cultivating 10 down there.
Yes, sir.
And, oh yeah, I put all the fields together here. 1, 3, 4, 2, 6, 7, 5. All of this is kind of together now. So we're kind of getting into that swing of making our fields making them bigger. And then we're going to put soybeans in them this time around. There was a nifty little mod that just came out in the mod hub yesterday. Yeah, came out yesterday. It gives you the ability to do straw on pretty much everything. You can do it on corn, you can do it on soybeans, which we can already do on this map, but it enables you to do it on, I guess, any map. And as you guys know, the only crops in game that do straw are wheat, barley, and oats. But this one allows you on any map to do canola, sunflowers, corn. It even does sorghum. I'm not sure I quite agree with that one because sorghum, you're only cutting the top parts. You're not actually cutting the stalk parts, which is, kind of where I guess the chopped straw comes in at. But anywho, I don't know. Maybe the header goes down farther this time when you do it. I don't know. I haven't tested it out yet, but it gives you straw on pretty much every one, in which I think you can pretty well do. So I don't know. We'll see. We can already do it on canola and soybeans here, along with the other ones. No, you can't do it on corn here. We can now, but, you couldn't then. Let's see, I need to get some fert. So I'm going to back this up over here. Got this thing pretty dirty. I've been really running it. So this is our liquid fert truck. Get this backed up right there. Should get it. And I got to show you guys this animation. If you haven't seen the animation on this, this is the DB120 that's in the mod hub from GHHG. Check out this animation on watch the tanks back there. Watch the lids. Unscrews, moves off, unscrews, moves off, unscrews and moves off. So I love that. I love the realism of it. It's really cool. Alright, so I'm going to pull this forward. And then, I sold our seed tender because it just didn't have quite enough capacity. So I sold that. And the fact that any vehicle that we currently own, the auger was in the cab, like penetrating your head. So I got rid of that and just took our auger wagon. We can dump, if we have any excess seed left over, we can just dump this in the silo back at home and empty it out, get it ready for harvest. So this is what I've been using to fill up the seed on this. And there you go, that's it. So I'm gonna pull this back out the way, park it kind of over here, shut the engine off, and then we're ready to rock and roll. Put my Lid's back on. Good morning, Twitchy. So yeah, hopefully we'll get that Artemis 1 off the ground today. This DB120 is actually very bendy. It did a really good job on a lot of these uneven parts on this field over here, so it's actually really nice. I did learn that we are probably going to need to look at trading in probably that 8960 that you got, old man, at some point for something bigger, probably like a 9R or something, and put it on this, because the hill up there where that, you know, that big grass field up there that we bought,
Yeah.
it is real with this planter. So, and it still uses FERT. It uses FERT at a constant rate. Seed, you know, the slower you go, the less seed it uses, but the FERT keeps going out. So I wish that was a different thing. I wish that was lower, but I guess that's maybe probably how realistic it is. Let's see, not that yet. I want to do that, and that, and that, and that. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to leave that line on for just a second so I can see where I'm at here. I'm going to go ahead. I've learned to lower this first and then turn it on, because it doesn't always lower right. It's kind of slow to do it, so it's kind of, and to fold this thing, man, you have to wait like 5 minutes for it to fold and unfold. So, but you know, I watched a video on the DB120 and that's pretty much how it is. Well, I mowed my yard Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Got out there, started it up, and I have my front yard, and then I have my driveway, which is concrete, and then I have another section that is front yard. So I usually start with the north, I guess the north side of this driveway. Started mowing around the yard. I usually do like an in-row around the yard. Got to the part that's closer to the road, and I have a ditch in front of my house, and started mowing the ditch. Now, mind you, the grass is just above halfway shin high. It's not quite knee high, but it's, you know, halfway between mid shin and, you know, knee. Started mowing the ditch. All of a sudden, I hear clank, 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 pow. And the deck shuts off. The motor's still running, but the deck shuts off. And it's a loud pow. I mean, if anybody was out there, they'd probably think it was a drive-by or something. But the deck shut off. I'm like, well, that's not good. So I disengage the deck, pull the mower out of the yard, and I'm driving it back across the driveway because I have a barn where I store my lawnmower at. I pull back in there, and as I'm going across the concrete driveway, I hear dragging across the driveway. I'm like, oh, crap. So I get it back there. I look under the deck, and right there where the chute is, there is, you know, the old metal oil cans that are real big. They're almost like the lighter fluid cans, but they're bigger. Yeah. Somebody, I guess, had thrown one out or lost one out in my ditch, and I didn't see it, and I hit that thing with my mower. So I had to take the deck off. I had to get under the deck. I had to take the blade off because it was jammed. I tried taking it out without taking the deck off, but this can was jammed in where the hole is there, where the chute is, and on the blade. So I had to take the whole blade off. And let me tell you that I'm a tall guy, so trying to get down there and retrieve that from underneath there was not an easy task. I'll just say that. Not an easy task at all. So, yeah.
It didn't bend the blades, did it?
I checked the blades and it looked fine. But man, it made a racket. I'm sure there's no paint there anymore. Where if there was paint underneath there, and I'm sure there was at one time, but this mower, how old is that thing? It is 5 years old now since I bought it, so it may not have any paint under there anymore. I've hit gravel and rocks and all kinds of stuff with it, but yeah, it did a number. It chewed the can up really good. I'm glad there wasn't nothing in it. Scared the crap out of me. So, and if my neighbors were outside, it probably scared the crap out of them too. So yeah, I had an hour delay. I didn't finish mowing my yard until the sun was already down. So like, I got to use my headlights for the first time. It took me probably a little over an hour to get all of that figured out. There are so many pins to take that deck off. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 pins to take that deck off. And then I had to take the blade off, get the can off, cut my finger in the process. And I'm feeling it. I'm definitely sore from getting up and down under that mower. And like I said, I'm a tall guy. I'm like 6 foot. With my shoes on, I'm thinking I'm around 6'5", but I think with my shoes off, I'm 6'3". Good morning. Where did you get that planter? This is on the Mod Hub. This is the DB120 by JHHG Modding. It's the John Deere DB120. It is a fantastic planter. I'm not the world's best backwards driver either, but I think I'll get there. Yeah, it is on the Mod Hub. I think he's working on the other ones. He has a DB60 and a DB90 as well. I think that's him. It's a good yawn. It's not a bad yawn. I'm still waking up yawn. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Do 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 do. Fast as lightning. Do 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 do. I didn't get pizza last night. We had pizza for lunch. We decided to go get pizza for lunch yesterday, so I didn't get pizza again yesterday afternoon. I have a barbecue sandwich that I can eat for lunch in there today, but I guess I could eat pizza rolls tonight for supper.
That's surprising.
Yeah, well, you know, the days we get pizza, I just to eat pizza for lunch and dinner. I mean, I can do it, but we had 3 different kinds of pizzas, and it was just like, it's, you know, you shouldn't do it, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to go get a pizza tomorrow. Well, it would make sense to, because I don't have to work Monday, and I'm gonna have to find something to eat Monday. So I've got stuff here that I can eat that I probably need to eat. So I've probably got a can of SpaghettiOs in there that may or may not be expired. I don't know. I need to probably try to eat that. Essential backup foods for like
soups.
Yeah. I've got some soups. I've got soups that I can eat too. And now it's September, so I can eat the soups. So, hey Traxie, what's up? What are you doing? She's up here pushing on my face. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Say hello to the people. Say hello. I don't know if y'all can hear her purring, but that's her hello. Yep. So yeah, we're gonna do soybeans. Oh man, I did not realize that we had so much grass. We have 15.2 million liters of grass.
Oh my.
We have over 1 million liters of hay. I don't even know what's in the. There's probably some hay in the dryers down there. Traxie, what? Where you? She has decided she wants to be a cuddlebug this morning, I guess. She's up here. Whoa. Okay, go back over there. I think she knows when I'm talking about her. She's like climbing all over me. But now she's back on the armrest. That's her spot. I'm gonna get rid of your chair. You don't ever sit in it. Alright, so now let's get this back here, lower it, turn it on. Stevie 120 is alright. It's really 2 planters in one, kinda. Because if you look at the other one, yeah, that one. This one's 18.2, and the DB120 is 36.5. So it's literally 2 of the, yeah, even that one's 17.8. So it's literally 2 of these planters in one. So you do need the bigger tractors to pull it. And like I said, we're going to have to... This tractor's okay going downhill or flat level. Going uphill, it slows down. And then, like I said, it still uses the FERT. You can see we went uphill a while ago. And those numbers should be a little closer together as far as the FERT to seed ratio. So, but it still burns the FERT at a steady rate. When you slow down on the hill, it doesn't use the seed going up it, but it still burns the FERT. So, I'm gonna hit the fuel bowser now. Move it. Oh, it was already running. Alright. Good morning, Laura. We're doing good. Putting beans in the ground. We are planting soybeans. And when we get down to after this field, we'll go to 13 and 12, and all those fields down there are pretty much they're not real hilly. They're pretty flat, so we should be okay this time around. But next, I would say by next planting, we need to get a 6R. Start looking at investing in one. I've been watching the sales, seeing if anything would pop up in there. We don't have anything. There's a lot of the stuff we liquidated. Sold a mower, sold the other seeder and the little Kinsey planter. I think that was already in there. No, that's the round thing we sold. Round baler. Got rid of the teders, one of the balers, 2 of the balers. The 40/40, you got rid of that, and the Farm King rake, and then that was already in there. So yeah, this is supposed to go 9, and then when you go uphill, it slows down quite a bit. Depends on the hill. I got down to 3 over there on that other one. So
Almost need to get a big bud.
I thought about that too. That's 1100 horsepower. That would pretty much pull anything we needed it to. I think the 6R is this tractor here is 500 horsepower. The 6R is 670 horsepower. The Steigers are 690 something. And then the Big Bud's 1100 horsepower. So, yep, it would do what you needed it to. I think we'll be okay probably just with the 6R. Did I say 6R? Not 6R, 9R. The 9R. The more modern version of this tractor. I think we'll be okay probably with that, or like the 9RX. It's got to have the power under the hood. So it doesn't take long. It's a little, I mean, the other ones may go faster. This one goes 9. No, these go 9. That one goes 9. And that one goes 9. So these all go the same speed. So you're really better off if you have the tractor to pull it. Just go ahead and pick you up one of these DB120s. Actually, that one's more expensive than the DB120. Let's see, that's $345. How much is this other one? That's $234. So that's you're better off getting a DB120. Same speed. The only thing about a DB120 is you have to have way more horsepower. Whereas this other one, you could probably put an 8R on it. Yeah, see, this only requires 340 horsepower. I think the DB120 requires I think it requires 370, but you really need, yeah, see, it only requires 370. I'm assuming that all of this is probably based on flat ground planting and not real hilly ground planting. So you're gonna want something. This is a 500 horsepower tractor, and it struggles going up the hill. So you're going to want one of the more beefy ones. I definitely would say, I don't know, we haven't tried it yet, but definitely shoot for something 600 plus horsepower, if not 650 plus. So you want that Chef Boyardee horsepower, because Chef Boyardee horsepower is beefy. So you definitely want something beefy, something that's going to be able to pull it uphill. Engage that. And we're planting lots of fields with soybeans. Oh man, I forgot to bring candy in here. I bought some Halloween candy. There's definitely, I will say this, they're saying on the news that there's going to be a shortage of Halloween candy. I believe it, because I went in there yesterday, and normally they have one whole aisle that is just jam-packed with Halloween candy, like it's full, right? And they have left like intentional gaps in between like the boxes of candy. And they're putting other stuff in there. And you know that the reason they're doing it is because there's a shortage. So they're putting other stuff in there, like stuff that's not even like really related to Halloween. They put like some Hocus Pocus cereal in there, and you know, and that's kind of Halloweenish. But there's definitely way less candy, as of right now, than there was last year and in previous years. So they were putting out all the lights and decorations and stuff, the Halloween stuff, and they were getting ready. It looks like they were tearing down the shelves on the next aisle, because the next aisle is like the costumes and masks and stuff like that. So they're getting ready. I'm gonna go back in there again sometime this week and see if they've added any more. But I'm set for Halloween, I guess. I think I got enough Halloween candy. If I don't eat it, I'm gonna try not to eat it. I'm gonna try to put the Halloween specific candy away to where I won't touch it. Ooh, I'm down to 16%. I hope I can make it back to the other end. Save. So we're getting there. All of this is soybeans up here. And my goal is to buy field 41. I want to buy that field because it's in soybeans. It's fully fertilized according to that. Yep. And like I said, it's in soybeans. So that's always a good thing. There's some other little fields of soybeans out there. It'd be nice if we could pick them up too, but kind of focusing on the beans. And we've got some stuff to sell coming up. We've got 84,000 liters of soybeans. I know we probably won't get a ton out of that, but we'll get a little bit out of that. We have 130,000 liters of corn that we could get rid of in June. And I still want to do the dry corn, but we may have to just sell what we've got and then start fresh when we start getting into dry. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, wait a minute. It worked. I made it. Let me go refill on some stuff here. Gonna have a lot of beans. Beans are a good thing. Nope. There we go. Gotta jump over that. Alright. I think I can only refill this. I'm gonna have to get some more seed probably at some point. You know what? I need to turn my fast running on. There we go. I've learned not to park this, not to pull up too close to the planter with this, because apparently there is, and you can see it when you drive through the field. Let me show you real quick. If you drive on a texture that leaves a track, turn around here. You see right there by the wheel? See that track that's way out there? Apparently there's like a collidable on this tanker. I don't know if you can see it with that. Probably can't see it with that. No. But it's there. You can see the tire track, and it looks like there's not one on that side, but there is one on this side. So don't pull this too close to anything that you're trying to like refill or. Basically, just leave, enough room here. If you have to, you can back the tractor back up a hair more if you have to. But I think we can hit it from right there. I've gotten pretty good at guessing where I can hit this at, so. Alright. That will probably finish this field up, and we can probably start the other field with this. The great part about this is we don't have to fertilize it again, because this does do the liquid fert on top of that. So all of these should be fully fertilized. Yep. Good to go with them. So hopefully they'll be able to launch that rocket today. I think I'm gonna crack open my orange soda.
Yeah. You found some more, huh?
Found some more. Yeah, I went in there last night, as a matter of fact, and they had a whole shelf full of them. So I bought 3 6-pack bottles. I almost wanted to buy more, but then I thought, somebody else would probably want some. And I said 3 packs is enough for me. I can probably make the 3 packs that I bought last until October. Cause I don't drink them that often. Really, I only drink them when we do the stream. So that's like Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday right now. So I'm only drinking like 3 bottles a week. So I can make 1 pack probably right now lasts for 2 weeks.
That would probably only last me about a week and a half.
Yeah, well, I drink water too. I buy the big packs of like water, either the Nestle or something like that.
Yeah.
And then that's mainly if I'm what I'm drinking most of is that water. But you got to make room for the orange soda. Orange soda and pizza. And like I said, I'm probably gonna have to go tomorrow and get some pizza. Or later, I guess I could. Well, that'd probably be better to get it tomorrow. I have pizza rolls, which work, but I kind of want a full-fledged pizza too. So this will get all of this. Yep, last pass. Cool beans. I'm starting to think my chat might be broken.
I was thinking that myself.
I don't know. Somebody type something in chat. Nobody said anything, and it's been a good 15-20 minutes. Starting to think maybe it might be broke. Well, okay, there's a hello. So it is working. Wonder what type of license. I guess you have to have maybe like a broadcasting license to be able to play like copyrighted stuff. Like the radio stations have. I would really love to be able to play like sound effects from like movies and TV shows and... Alright, so I'm going to show you guys this fold up process. How long it takes. It's a really slow going process. So on your mark, get set, go. I started at 41:20. We'll see what time it ends. So it brings up that one little thing first. And then I think it brings up the other little thing. Yep, here comes the other little thing. And then it lifts a little, I think, and then kind of starts folding in the big wings. Yep, here they come. It is a slow process. Okay, I started at 41:20. We're past the minute mark. We're at 42:25 now. But you know, this is... I watched the video on this. This is the actual speed that it unfolds at. And... done. 43:03. So it literally takes over a minute and a half. Almost 2 minutes to fold this thing and unfold it. It's crazy. It's more realistic, I'll give you that. Way more realistic. And there is an extended PC version of this. This is the mod hub version of this one, so... I think you can put tracks on the PC version. But usually those models are more detailed, and usually they run a little more on your PC, so I'm happy with this one. This one does its job. Unless that one has an extended capacity. I need to look at that. Trent would know, but he's probably not awake yet. If that one has an extended capacity, I might be interested. I know you can put a hitch on this one. So technically you could probably haul like a nurse trailer behind you. Which I'm maybe might want to try at some point. Gotta find a liquid nurse trailer that you can paint John Deere colors or comes in John Deere colors or something. Alright, so did a little expanding on this field over here, but it is now one field. 13 and 12 are kind of all one field now. Scoot my line over. There we go. I'll go ahead and line it up. And then we'll unfold it. We'll do it about the same here. So I'm starting at 46 even. That worked out pretty good. And 30 seconds. Fill me up, Buttercup. Take the lids off of there. And there's 1 minute. Trying to get a more exact time doing it this way. Alright, 47:40. So it takes 1 minute and 40 seconds to fold and unfold this. Probably should do this that way. It's longer that way. We got like a little nook back that way over there in that corner. I may go around this and then do it that way. North and south. Good morning, the man. How's it going? Eventually we'll get this little pad right here and maybe do a little bit in there. Ooh, I should have backed up more. Yeah, we're doing good. We're planting beans and watching this rocket countdown, and supposed to launch this afternoon. But until then, we're gonna plant some beans. Yeah, money and beans. We've planted a lot so far. Save the game here. Go back over to crop type. We planted all of this in beans, and that's a lot of beans up there. So we're down here in 13 and 12 doing it now, and I'm wanting to pick up field 41. Really wanting to get that, and I'm hoping we'll get that today. I think we've got some stuff that we can sell. Get our planting done here, and then maybe we can sell some more silage and man, I heard that siren and I thought it was in here. Oh, you know what? There's stones over here. I forgot about these stones. Should we try to get them up?
I don't. After you plant, I don't think you can get them up.
Well, they're only in this field. And they're not over here. I haven't technically gone that far yet. Tell you what, we'll hold off on this planting and let me get the stone picker and we'll try to get the stones up. I'll just move on over to that other field. Let's see, what do we got out there? Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. This guy ain't doing anything. I'll bring him down there and he can run the stone picker. Unless that other one's not doing anything. Where's he at? Oh no, you're mowing with him, okay. I'll just take the I'll take the New Holland down there. I forgot about them stones. No, we never did figure out the problem with Griffin. We got some things we're gonna try, and we may come back and do that during the week sometime. I don't know why multiplayer wouldn't work, but it would not work. Old man kept getting stuck at 96%, and then it just would not load. So I don't know. We're gonna try some different things. Try saving it different, maybe. I wouldn't think it would be a server thing because he could join Elm Creek. He could not join Griffin. I don't know. We're gonna try some different things, and I was disappointed the train was broke too. And I know that's been a Giants thing, but the train was definitely broke. Like, we never saw the train. So maybe it's just broken in multiplayer now. I don't know. There's so many questions that need answers, and Giants, they're releasing all these updates. Matter of fact, they're releasing an update on Tuesday, but it doesn't fix anything. It says it fixed various bugs and stuff, but it never gets specific on like, hey, this fixes the train, hey, this fixes the truck, hey, this fixes, So I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll find out.
Well, I know the train's broke in my single player on Griffin too. So
yeah, so that's the Giants thing. I don't think that has anything to do with the map, and it seems to be. I don't know, because I watched the videos on it that they did the pre-release stuff on. You know what? It helps if I go get the stone picker first. I watched the videos on it, and the train worked on those. So, are we doing something wrong? Is there something wrong with? Do we have a mod conflict that conflicts with the train? I don't know. Well, it wouldn't be a mod conflict because we turned all the mods off, right? Yeah. And the train still didn't work, and old man still couldn't join. So. Whoa. You had 3 people on your console and it worked just fine. Yeah, see, I don't get it. It's not working for old man, it's not working for me. So I don't know. I need to move this weight. This weight's kind of in the way. Put it over here. This stone picker is brand new. It's never been used. But I know there's some fields out there that have stones, so you can turn your field stone off at the beginning, but if the neighbor's fields have stones in them already, that does nothing. So I got to do a little patchwork on some of the edges of the field too. The cultivator got away from me in my turns. Go this way. Yep, little patchwork right there too, I think. So there's some small stones in this field. Trying to see if I ran any over with the planter. I don't see any. But they start right about here, I think. And there's a few right there. Move it over. Back into these people's yard. They're gonna get mad. I'm just gonna hire that out. Because stone picking, ew. Hang with him and make sure he turns the right way at least. Come on, buddy, go right. Nope. He wants to go left for some reason. Well, we'll let him do one pass left and then we'll move him right. Because maybe there's some stones that you can't see or something. Okay, yeah, there's no more stones that way, buddy. Let's go over here. Let's turn this thing around. Right now. Alright, hopefully he'll turn right this time around. Yeah, I don't know why Griffin is broken. The one thing I was gonna try, you know, with all our maps that we do, I go in and create a map in single player first. And I did that this time too. I'm gonna try, I think, maybe going in and creating a multiplayer map first and saving that file and then seeing if old man can join that. I don't know what else it could be. And it's just that map. It's just, you know, like I said, old man can join. Why is he wanting to turn that away all the time? What? You've already picked up stones that way, bro. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. Let's take you down here since you want to turn that away. Another thing that needs fixing. The hired workers still need work. They need fixing. It's nice that they expanded their capabilities and, you know, they can run grain and stuff, but they still don't work too well. He has no choice but to turn right now, though. So you make a right turn, buddy. You need to take one out of the books of UPS. You know what? I should have come over a little more, probably. You need to take a page out of the UPS logistics book and make right turns only. That's actually one thing that I would like to have when you hire a worker. Have them, you know, do right turns only, left turns only, clockwise only, counterclockwise only. Something, you know, to where, okay, you got your harvester on the field. Have him do right turns only. Don't have him come up and down. Well, there's another part I've got to fix right there. And that was my fault. I wasn't paying attention. I thought I had the create field off. And I hit the button, but I guess it didn't take. So, yeah, he's going to go the right way now. So I'm going to fix that boo-boo. I'm going to fix all my boo-boos real quick. So to fix boo-boos, we're going to go over to landscaping, painting, and we're going to try to find the right grass texture. I think it's that one. Make that a little bit bigger. Move that over a little. Okay. And then this gets expensive here, so I'm going to try to be quick about it. Okay, that's how you fix a boo-boo. Alright, let's go fix these other ones real quick. They won't be as expensive. So we'll go back to painting. We'll do that one. See if I can maybe get this lined up to 9 or 0. Here we go. Okay. And then I think I need to do some of that. Looks like it might be gravel there, so I might do a little gravel right there. Let me switch over to plants. Just fill that in real quick. Okay. And let me do the gravel real quick. What color gravel is that? I think it's that one. Okay, got that one fixed. Let's see, I need to go 180. Here we go. And back to our grass texture. That one. And I'm just going to go with that one. Okay. Realign this with the controller, because it's almost easier to do it with the controller if you get lined up just right. Okay. Then we'll go back to plants. Hello, Black Cat. How's it going? And make that a little bigger. Okay. That looks good. We can have a little offset there. And I think that's it. I think those are really the only big boo-boos that I made. All of this is one field now. And I'm actually thinking about coming over and doing a little more on this edge here. So I may do that. Don't want it like right up against the road, but... Alright, I'm going to let him run, and while he's doing that, I'm going to work. I guess I can work on this north part up here. Jeez, Trexie. Tracy just took in a real big deep breath and scared me. Move that over a little more maybe. That'll do it. Work on this side, and then I'll come over there and do that side. So I still ended up going east and west on this field. Eventually we will, because you know we'll get those other fields depending on what they planted in them. Come on, save. Really? Is that potatoes? No, that's... I think that's sorghum. A little bit of a hill. And yeah, we've already done this. So we'll turn around. So apparently, Farming Simulator released some fact sheets this morning, even though it's not Friday. I get turned around here and I'll post these in Discord. Looks like there's 4 of them. Yep. Looks like it's all BGA stuff, so there's a separator tower. I don't know what that's about. Get this little pass here. I don't know where. Looks like he's still on the lower part of 12, so we might go over across the way there and work on that over there. Yeah, he's still working on that. So let me refill. We'll come back and hit that last. Let me go over here and refill with stuff. Go ahead and fold up during this process. Oh, that's coming out. Oh. Mayday. I'm just gonna wait for that to get done, because it's still coming out this way. It's like when you're like, you know, walking through a store and you have really wide hips, and you know you go to pass a stranger and you forget how fat you are, and then you knock something off the shelf. That's kind of the situation I was just in. I've been there, I know. Alright, let's go over here. Close my tanks up. I might just work my way back this way. Go ahead and go down to 10. I was like, do we have any? No, we don't have any contract. There's one contract for 12, but there's our production thing. Do we have any? There's not a lot of silage. Have you moved any silage today, old man?
Just a little bit, not much out of the silos.
Did you put it in the main silo?
Yeah. Wasn't even a full truckload.
Yeah, 63,000. Well, we don't have any silage to sell. Like I said, we'll be selling some beans, and I'm gonna go ahead and sell the corn, I think. If we can find a good price for corn. But that won't be till June-ish. Flip this around. There we go. Thought about bringing this field out a little bit here, maybe. This guy always has an offset. I don't know why. It may be just because of the cultivator. Ah. Reset the offset. Could even expand this one if I wanted to a little. I think this is one of the ones I wanted to do anyway. Get it on this side of that drive there, maybe. It doesn't do much, but it's, you know, it's a little bit. Come on, get straight. And I'm gonna have to flip it. That's the only downside to these older tractors is that they don't have that variable transmission. These have the quad range transmissions, and when you get going with them, they have to shift. They have to slow down or stop and shift. Here, so it starts out super slow, even backing up. Especially when you got like an implement down. It's like, come on, get there, bro. Alright, that'll do for that. Let me go down here. I want to expand this edge down here. So I could almost take it from that edge up there and not have to change that one, couldn't I? Let me line it up with that one up there and see what it looks like. Come on, tractor. Let's go. Come on, tractor. It's like the steam engine of tractors. Chugga, 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 chugga. Whew. I used to do a steam whistle. I don't know if I still can or not. And right there, yeah, then it gives me another offset. Joy, joy, joy. Let's try that. This one goes out an extra furrow sometimes. I'm going to drive down here just to see where the line is at. Remembering it's going to come over an extra little furrow. I think we'll be safe there. I think that'll work. So we can just make this kind of a squarish field. Remember that time that Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and won the Bourbon Bowl, do ya? And it is not taking the extra furrow. I need to move it over a little. Let's try that. Don't fall off the arm, Traxie. Yeah, we should be good there. Yep, totally fine. Won't even have to doctor that up a little bit, I don't think. I think we'll be good. Try to eyeball this and still do an angle. I did this the last time I played this map on the original Elm Creek. Try to get it as close as I can. That looks pretty close. I'm gonna switch this around to my northeast-southwest line now. Do that, get rid of the offset that it always does. I'm not going to expand it out this way because we kind of need this area, I think, to turn around a little bit. Whoop. And it gave me another offset. I got to clear that out. Yeah. I think the offset's throwing it off. Yeah, see it moved a little bit. Let's try that and see where we go. Well, that's close enough, I think. Go, tractor, go. Sitting here waiting for it to shift out of first gear. And with this tractor, you pretty much just have to do the GPS line. If you don't, it's gonna get off because it swings it around. Alright. I think that'll do it. Let's go over yonder. think we can probably bring this in a little more. Oh, offset. Oh, he's getting almost full of stones. I'm gonna go get him in a minute. Guess we bring him right there. Looks like the stone crusher. Alright, I think we're good to go now. There it goes. I was like, I did hit the button. Sit here and watch this unfold. Oh, did he finish? Okay, he finished. Right at 92%. Cool, cool, cool. So I need to drive pretty much over here and dump these stones out at the thing. It's too bad some of the stones, like, can't find like diamonds or gold or something. Because then stones would be like so much more worth it, you know? Normally field stones you don't. So who all's watching the countdown with us? Anybody else watching the countdown? Just sitting there staring at it. Alright. I'm gonna leave this parked over here for the time being. We made $261 on that load of stones. That's not even enough to buy a PlayStation. Oh, I'm gonna hit that pole. Oh, I'm gonna hit that pole. Oh, I hit the pole. I was like, why am I going so slow? There is a little hill here in there. Alright, I'm gonna cut this off and come back for that. Let me go this way. I'll just come back for that pass. Oh, is that already down? Huh. Guess I left it down. Looks like, are they already fueling it? Got almost 4 hours left on the clock. Yeah. So the top part, last time they fueled the bottom part first, and now it looks like they fueled the top part more. The bottom part, the liquid hydrogen is only 10% full, and the top part's 88% full. It's funny, that shot right there, old man, that's looking down on the launch pad.
Yeah.
You can see, if you look down there to the right, where previous structures once stood. You can see where, well, they just changed the angle, but you can see where, probably back in the Apollo days and the shuttle days, where a lot of the there's like sections on the concrete where structures were. And this is sitting on, it's either 39A or 39B, and those two launch pads are the primary launch pads. Those were the primary launch pads for the Saturn, for the Apollo missions, and for the Space Shuttle missions. Yep. Love all the space stuff, all the NASA stuff. Makes you proud to be American. I kind of want to go eat a bomb pop and grill some barbecue or a big old burger and light off some fireworks and just wave the American flag with the wind blowing, you know. America. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm wondering if I shouldn't have started on this side of the field because it looks like I probably could have done this a little more evenly if I'd started on this side. I'll have to remember that for next time. I'll curve this off up here and then readjust it to this side just to see how it looks, because I got to go back over there and finish that off. Yeah, it's looking a little cloudy down there. And we just passed the 4-hour mark, so we're 4 hours away from launching this rocket. I'll kind of curve this off here and get over here on this side and finish this row. I think some of these fields we might have to fertilize. Might have to come back and when we get the first growth stage and fertilize them, spray them and then fertilize them maybe. Let's see. Move that line over. Not that much, not that much. Come on. So I'm wondering, how are we going to go to Mars? I mean, can they take that much stuff with them? Can they take that many supplies with them? Like food and, you know. How's that going to work?
Be a lot of dehydrated food.
It would be. You'd think, you know, if they set up a space station on Mars, they would probably have to grow their own food, no?
That's a good question.
Like have a Martian greenhouse? And you think about all the other stuff, you know. Toothpaste and other hygienic things, you know. Because it takes, what, 8 months to get to Mars? So that's 8 months there and 8 months back. And then, you know, they gotta spend a little time, you know, exploring, you know, and bringing back samples and stuff, and rock samples, and probably leaving some instruments there so that we can do more research and stuff. My question is, who's going to get there first? Is it going to be NASA or is it going to be SpaceX?
I would think SpaceX.
Yeah, SpaceX, I think they're a little bit more ready to go. Yeah, no, it didn't matter. I'm still going to have to readjust these lines, so... Hello, good morning, welcome in. We are planting beans here in America, I guess, and we're in America watching the rocket countdown on NASA, at NASA. I think they're fueling it up. I hope that thing flies today. I really do. No, it's going... Artemis is going to the moon. I don't know what the Mars one's called. What's the Mars one called? Wonder if I can get over in that other field without folding this thing up. There's another field down though. Yeah, this rocket's going to Mars, or not Mars, it's going to the moon and it's going to orbit the moon. Probably could if I hadn't parked my cultivator there. Water bottle popped. Yeah, let me pull this forward a little bit. Eventually we're going to Mars. Somehow. But this is Artemis 1. It's got just a little under 4 hours on the countdown clock. And this is Artemis 1 is going to the moon unmanned. It's going to orbit the moon and come back. I'm going to have to look up to see what Artemis 2 mission is going to be. I would assume it would probably be like a either the first manned flight and they won't land on the moon. It'll be like maybe another orbital flight. And then Artemis 3 is slated to be the first landing again. Our return to the moon 50 years, almost 50 years later. When did we land on it? It was 1969, wasn't it? When we first landed on there. July 20th, 1969. If they wait till 2029, what would that be, 60 years?
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't have squared this off. How bad is the hill over here? It's not too bad. And the field line goes right here. I may just square this off instead of doing an angle like this. Cultivator's right over there. Let me cut this tree down here and see what we got. All I gotta do is get rid of this little tree. I can figure out where it's at here. Can't see. There we go. Let's see. I cannot see the stump. I'm gonna grab the cultivator. Yep, I may just square this off. Good morning, welcome in. Is it sliding? I can't tell. I think I need to go one more and bring it on down. That looks pretty close. Is there a stump over here? Yeah, let me get that stump. I can get rid of this tree too. I don't really need this tree. I think that'll get it. It didn't really slip any. It's just kind of nestled on a hill here. Yeah, if they don't launch today, I mean, they could really miss a window here because there's... And they'd probably have to bring the rocket back to the VAB because, like I said, there's some... Right now, Danielle is the first name stormed out there, I think, and it's a tropical depression, but it's slated to become a hurricane if it hasn't already. It's way out in the Atlantic, but it's there. The storms behind it are starting to kick up, so they need to get this thing in space. Be bad if a hurricane came along and destroyed the rocket. I think I need to get one more. Yeah, I need to go back over there and go one more. It's about one furrow off. Now get it. Yep, that'll work. This planter flexes really well, even on sharp little dips and stuff. So beans going in again. Hello, welcome in, good morning. Yeah, we will have to fertilize 10 and 13, just the fields that were pre-fields. This is Sid's, hang on just a second. This is Sid's 9620. It's part of the 9 series. It's in the mod hub. We have that one, and then we have his older one, which is the 8960. So these are both from Sid. Sid Modding, SIID. This one I think is newer. Still older, but newer. I don't know if it's on PlayStation. I'm on PC, so it's in the PC mod hub at least. I think it is though. I think this was on all consoles, or on all what's the word, platforms. I'm pretty sure it is. You can search the mod hub. Just go to the search thing and type in SIID, and it'll bring up all Sid's stuff there. And I'm pretty sure it is. Let's see, we still got another 3 hours and 40-something minutes, so I'll go look for it and see here. Mod hub, search for Sid. No, autocorrect. Autocorrect changed Sid to did. It's the John Deere 9020 and 9030 series. It's the official name for it. And it is for all platforms. So yes, it is on PlayStation. You can get this tractor on PlayStation and Xbox as well. And I don't know if he put the year on here. No, he didn't put the years on here. So it's a older tractor, but not old. That one over there I think is older. He's actually got a lot of stuff on the mod hub. I forgot he had all this stuff on there. Yeah, it's a nice tractor. Goes up to 500 horsepower. We've got the 500 horsepower one. He's got a 5060 series harvester. He's got the Challenger 700 series on there now. His John Deere 9600 is an okay combine, but it really drinks the fuel. It's a fuel-hungry combine. He's got the bi-rotor, which aka the twin screw. He's got a 9RX 2022 version. He's got some big saddle tanks, some headers, the 9020, I like that he put the 9R. He brought the 9Rs. 9R, 9RT, 9RX. There's a US version of his 9RT series, whereas there's not a US version of the Giants version. So, are you excited about the new Vultra update? Not really. We don't have Vultra here, so I'm not that excited about it. I have never seen a Vultra tractor anywhere here, really. We have Deere, we have Case, we have New Holland. Actually, I was leaving work and passed a Kloss baler yesterday, so we do have Kloss here now. We have Fendt here now. We just don't see Vultra. I've never seen a Vultra. I've seen some Massey Ferguson. And most of that is older stuff. We don't see a lot of the new Massey Ferguson stuff. But we are seeing, I think Kloss and Fendt are coming in and really making an impact. I'm gonna have to get some more stuff. Is this multiplayer? Yes, this is multiplayer on PC. Alright, let me go grab... I need more FERT, and probably couldn't hurt to put more seed in, because I got this whole field and then 12 over there to get, so... Let me grab the FERT first. Yeah, old man is out there somewhere.
Growing up some grass.
Alright. Just saw your first Fendt tractor doing field work the other day. Yeah, they're becoming more and more popular. Fendt and Kloss both are. Can you show the interior of this truck? Yep. There you go. And that's it. CB radio. This is it. Oh, that's it. I think the collidable, I think it sticks out. I think it compensates for the hitch you can put on this. I think that collidable stays on there full time. Oh, I forgot I had that on. I had to move a tree a while ago. Good morning, welcome in. And that got shifted. Actually, no, that's right. Gotta go back over here. Yeah, that's kind of like what it is here. You don't see too many of the. I mean, you'll see some International Harvester, some of the older stuff like combines and stuff like that, but for the most part, most people around here are using John Deere. John Deere, I would say, is probably the numero uno, and then Case running a very close second, and then New Holland probably runs third. And actually, Versatile is taking off too. We see a little bit of Versatile. How much does the 9030 cost? The 9030. The 9030. 9030. 90. 90. 90. Nope. It's gotta be this way. 90. It's here somewhere. Base price is $159. Actually, yeah, we have that. We have the 9020. Yeah, the 9030 is $159. Base price on the 9020 is $109, but depends on the engine that you put in it too. If you put a bigger engine in it, it'll cost a little bit more. GPS costs a little bit more. Depends on what kind of options you want. Yeah, that's pretty good, but remember that's the base. That doesn't include a lot of, special, like I said, bigger engine, extra work lights. We put extra work lights on ours. There's a lot of options you can do with this tractor. And this is, I think this is the 20 series. So we went with the 20 series because it kind of has that more of that kind of mid 90s, late 90s feel to it. Maybe early 2000s. Whoop, I need to zoom out here so I can see. Yeah, R9020, let's see. Ooh. Gosh, there's so many options. But just to do the engine, we did 500 horsepower, and that's another 58 grand. You can put beacons on it. I don't think we have any on ours. EU version. There's a EU version. There's an Aussie version, and then there's a US version. So, actually, there's two Aussie versions. And of course, the wheel setup. You know, it adds up. So we spent probably just a little over 200 on ours. We put GPS on it too, and oh, is it like this one we have over here? Hang on. Probably gonna have to stop and do a in row here. Does it look like this one over here? Hang on just a second. I gotta run. Actually, I probably could have tapped to it because it's right next to that one. Did it look like this one? Turn it around in the light here. This is the 8960. You can do a different engine on this one. This one, is it under large tractors? Yep, there it is. So this is the 8960. You can do, there's the engine. You can do an 8760 and 8960, and that's it. You can tint the windows up on it. Put the globe on top if you want. Additional work lights. It's an okay tractor. I think we're getting close to needing an upgrade. I think it's a little underpowered. The cultivators that we have require 400, and that tractor only goes up to 370. This planter requires 370, and this 500 horsepower struggles pulling it up hills. So I think we're getting to the point where we're probably going to be getting a either a 9R or a 9RX at some point soon. Be nice if one went on sale. Be really nice. Had one farmer run a green Steiger. Yeah. Ooh, it's gonna be tight. Yep, I knew it was gonna be tight. Oh. I was like, what is that? Is that a stump? That was a deer. We got deer back. They're not afraid of me. Swing it out. I just need to move that truck, I think. Come on, swing it. That'll work. Go back over here where I was at. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jacob posted a picture of a, looks like a small little, it's pretty neat looking. It's got, I don't know the history of this, but it's got an International Harvester sticker on the back of it, and then it says Cub Cadet on the front. Were those one and the same back in the day, or... Because I know Cub Cadet, they're kind of like it's like a separate brand now. I don't know the history of that. I never really looked into the Cub Cadet. It's called a Ford Versatile. I'm going to do a little more homework on my history, tractor history. We got a International Harvester Cub Cadet, and then we've got a Ford Versatile. They may not have anything to do with the current name brand tractors today, but I don't know. You would think they would. Those are pretty unique names, so. Ooh. We're gonna have a lot of soybeans, old man.
Yeah, you know what they say. There's money in beans.
Money and beans. We're gonna have it. We'll have to wait till July of next year to sell them, but we're gonna have them. Nothing wrong with making a little money farming. We need the money. Had to go down in the ditch for that one. Hello, welcome in. Hey, the lightning, how's it going? Doing good, doing good. We're putting beans in the ground everywhere. Yeah, I think we have a 1586 somewhere. Don't give me the line on where it's at, but it's sitting around here somewhere. I want to say it's on a grass roller somewhere. I think we pretty much have the same controller. Other than mine's Xbox, but I mean, I think don't you use the same controller controls that I do?
Like for GPS, yeah. But I have a
Okay.
PlayStation controller.
The Lightning's wanting to know if you could send him a picture of your controls. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you have the ability. Can you do that screenshot or? I was gonna say mine are about the same. Are you just wanting GPS Lightning or what are you looking for? GPS? Okay. I can show you mine here. I can find them.
Yeah, because me and Matt's are the same.
Okay, yeah,
Exactly.
ours is the same. Yeah, here it is. So where it says left bumper and right bumper, that will be like your L1 and R1. And there's not any controls on the like the triangle X, O, and square. So it's pretty much like L1, R1, and then like D-pad stuff. And then some of it's stick stuff, so right stick, left stick, that's all the same. So that's what I use on the controller for the GPS. I don't know if you can take a screenshot of that or take a picture of it. I guess maybe I could take a screenshot of it and put it in Discord. Do that. Now if I can figure out. You got it? Okay. Alright, I'll keep that screenshot just in case somebody wants to see him again, but yeah, that's That's pretty much it. Yeah, now some of those controls we went in and I would recommend going in and deleting the radio controls, you know, where you listen to music, because some of those controls share with that. And we don't ever listen. I never listen to the radio. Not the in-game radio anyway. If I'm going to listen to music while I'm playing Farm Sim, I'm going to be listening to probably something through my phone or something. I never listen to the in-game radio. So some of those controls share some of those. So we went in and deleted those. I don't know if old man did or not, but I went in and deleted them because it could turn your radio on and off if you try to program those controls in. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, I never listen to the in-game stuff. In-game radio. Most of the time I'm not even listening to music. Most of the time I'm watching a movie or TV show. I've been watching The Walking Dead lately, so farming and watching The Walking Dead sounds like a good time. It's always a good time. Alright, let me double check to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, we look good over here. Had a little strip over here, but I'm not gonna... It's not even worth going back for. 10 is complete. All of that's complete. All I got to do is go over here to 12 and get 12, and then we're all planted up here, so we're good to go up there. In June we will have to fertilize 10, and I'm sure a lot of these, yeah, 10 and all of these in-betweens will have to come in and do the second fert on them, and then 13 and 12 we'll have to do. But that won't be bad. Yeah, I heard about that, where you can use a tablet as a screen display. I'd have to get me like a little tablet holder for it to work. I ordered a phone holder and I have yet to take it out of the box, along with my new computer, which is still sitting in the same spot. Maybe I'll work on that on Labor Day.
Heard that before.
Yeah. When did I order that thing? I don't even remember. It's back in the winter, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say about 8 months ago, 9 months ago.
Yeah. Said one day it's just going to be like, oh, the new computer's running. The problem is I got to figure out all the broadcast stuff, and that's a headache, because there's more than one thing that goes along with all that. Let's see, I know I can fill up on seed here, but I can't do the liquid fert at Stevie's little thing. I may have to put in just a separate liquid fert tank somewhere, or we can just keep running truck. Truck seems to work pretty good. Alright, back down to 13. No, 12. We already did 13. And then we'll be done planting soybeans. About to wrap it up here. I really want to try to get, I want to try to get 41 today. Somehow. I don't know how we're going to do it. But somehow.
Well, I was thinking about that.
There's got to be a way.
We can sell grass. Ain't gonna make a lot per load, but we got a lot of grass.
No, we ain't gonna make anything per load. $40, 38, 41, 39. We can't sell them at the dryers. Even hay's not worth it. It's around the same price. Now, I think the best bet would be to sell silage. Maybe go on into June. We can sell our, I think we can sell our corn in June. Yeah, we can sell the corn in June. Maybe see where we're at. Go to May and then see where we're at with contracts and stuff. And then we sell soybeans in July. Wonder how much we could sell the TMR. We don't even use that. We do have a load of straw we could sell, like half a load. We could load that up and sell it. I don't know. We're only, how much is that field? It's 1.4 something. It's 1.472 and we're at 1.356. We can make $100,000, just a little over $100,000 somehow. Maybe a combination of all those things. Sell the straw, sell, go to May and then go to June. See what kind of contracts we can get in May. If we can get some really good FERC contracts out there somewhere, we'll make some money. Or spraying contracts. Even spraying contracts. We'd make, I think, a decent amount. Come on, GPS line, scoot over. We'll find out in a minute, because this won't take long to get these beans right here. This is the last, that is the last property pretty much that we own. Oh wait, we got 22 down there. And we're going to leave all that in grass. And we already planted all that. And I'm finishing here. Well, we got to do 22 down there. We got to do something. We got to put something down there. You first need to oh, it's not done unfolding. I need more FERC. Let me go grab the truck. Come on, truck. Go. What you got in your new PC? I honestly don't remember. I know it's got two 2 terabyte M.2s as hard drives. So I know it's got that. I think it's got a 3090 in it. And it's got at least 64 gigabytes of RAM in it. I honestly don't remember. It's either 64 gigabytes or 128. I do not remember. I think it's 64. Because I have 32 gigs of RAM in this one. And anytime I upgrade hardware, I've always had the rule that if I'm going to upgrade hardware, I'm going to double what's inside it to the best that I can. So at minimum doubling what I've got in it. It could be more, but you know, at minimum double. So double the RAM, double the hard drive, double the, you know, whatever the video card is, you know. That's my rule, because it's not worth it if, you know, if it's just a minimal upgrade. See, I'm still not close to that thing, and I still hit it. Yeah, it's on my to-do list. I've had that to-do list for a minute, though, so... Like I said, I really want to get back into flight sim, because I love the flying part. Flight Simulator is where it all started for me with simulation stuff. I remember playing whatever the version, whatever Flight Simulator was before 95. I played that one, and I thought that was the bee's knees. The graphics were terrible. I mean, it was very wireframey graphics. But, you know, back then, that was top notch. I mean, that was like top of the line. And I wanted to be a pilot, you know, I was probably 6 or 7 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old maybe. And I got that, and they had a space simulator too, and I never got the space simulator. I always wanted the space simulator too. It was Microsoft Space Simulator, and I never got that one. But I got the Flight Simulator one, and then when they came out with Flight Simulator 95, that was really cool. They added a lot of stuff to that. I think they added cities to that, and the graphics were still, you know, bad, but they were better than they were. And then they came out with Flight Simulator 98, and things were way better with that one. And I'm trying to remember when they came out with helicopters. Helicopters came out either with 98 or 2002. And one of those, I want to say it was 2002, you could do like the mod stuff on. And that was cool because I was flying like Hueys and all kinds of helicopters. It was really fun. I had a A1H1 Cobra or something like that. I forget the model number. That one was cool. I would take really bad mods and take their sound files and move them over to the sound files of other mods that I really liked that I think should have had those sound files, and it was on, man. I had the Force Feedback Pro joystick, which it was this huge thing, and it was, the base of it was, gosh, it was like a boulder. It was like, I'm trying to think of something that's about the same size as that. It's about the diameter of a plate, and it's about the height of a big brisket, or I'm trying to think of something. Well, it's about the height of maybe like a original PlayStation 3, or, you know, something like that. It had a huge base on it. The base was so big that it had its own fan, right? And it needed its own fan to keep it cool, because it was like the controllers that we have now. You know, they have the vibration, the haptic kind of stuff. But this was the first time that I think anything had anything like that, and it was called the Force Feedback Pro Sidewinder from Microsoft. It was straight from Microsoft, and it came with a game, and I don't remember what game it came with. I want to say it came with either Fury 3 or like MDK or something like that. I want to say Fury 3 because that's a flying game. Going down memory lane thinking about all the games that I played back then. All the PC games. But yeah, I had that, and you know, when you landed, you could feel the bumps, and you could feel it going down the runway, and you could... it had the G-force strains, you know, if you were banking too hard or something, and It was really top of the line for the thing. And then they came out with a regular Sidewinder that did not have the force feedback. So I can't tell you how many hours I put into Flight Simulator. I probably have thousands upon thousands of hours in Flight Simulator. And I got to where I could land helicopters like on a dime. I learned all the physics of them and practiced so much. I was landing like in certain spots, and if I didn't make it, I would do it again. If I didn't make it, I'd do it again. And I'd keep doing it until I finally made it, and then I'd do it some more after that. And now, they have satellite data in the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's way more realistic. You can literally land in your front yard of your house. I mean, it doesn't look like your house because the AI puts the buildings in, but the houses are placed where they should be. And it's so detailed. I flew over LA with this computer trying to play it, and my computer started running hot. That's how detailed it is. I'd like to see what that new computer can do with it. Come on, tractor, go. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and go hit field 22. I don't need to cultivate it with this planter, so I'm just going to go hit it real quick, and then we can fertilize it later. I'm going to have to fold up and fold back up again, though. Unfold again. Wonder if I can fit under the train thing here with this tractor. There's no real way to go out that way anymore because he put a lot in down there with a fenced-in lot, so I'll fold it up and find out. I think I've got enough clearance. I think it dips down low enough, maybe. Yeah, I remember our PC that we had, it came with some games, and then we got some extra games along the way, and I had a NASCAR game, and I'm trying to remember, it had the McDonald's car on the front of it. I'm trying to remember who drove that.
Bill Elliott.
Who?
Bill Elliott.
Was it Bill Elliott? It might have been.
That far back? Yeah, I believe it was Bill Elliott.
It was in the early 90s. I think you're right. I wanted to say McMillan or something like that, but I don't know where I get that. Chillin' like McMillan, maybe? I don't know. I think it was Bill Elliott. But it was a PC game, and man, the graphics, like, again, back then they were something, but I played that a lot. Then we had 3D Movie Maker. That was fun because you could take 3D characters and like record your own movie. It was really awesome. And I somewhere after that I got, I had the Sega Genesis. I played a lot of the Sega Genesis, a lot of Sonic, a lot of movie branded titles, Jurassic Park, Aladdin, Lion King, all those, and Zombies Ate My Neighbors. That I probably spent more time on that game than any other one. Zombies Ate My Neighbors was a fun game. Really wanted to expand this field, but I got to come back and clear. I think I got stumps to clear out still, and we'll just go ahead and plant this one. It's extra beans. Yep, this is the DB120. It's in the mod hub by JHHG. Why you need such a big planter? Because we got some big fields. We planted this huge one up here. This is the Elm Creek map, so you can see the original Elm Creek map in the center of this. This is a 4X Elm Creek map. So here's the original map in the center where all the blue signs are there. And then we got some huge fields on the outside. Plus we're making some of the fields on the inside bigger. This is going to be one big one. This one's kind of a big one. So it just makes sense. Yeah, and these fields are really big. Really big. Here's field 40 down here. Something's sitting in field 40 down here. See how big this is? Ginormous fields. And then we're going to make them bigger. There's plans to make them bigger. A lot of these tree lines in here we can take out and merge some of these fields together. So they're really, really big. 32 I think is the biggest one. Alright, let's put some beans in the ground down here. Double check that. Really can't tell with that. I might have to go over to... Looks like it's going in with growth. Again, we'll have to fertilize some of these, but... That's okay. As long as we get them in the ground. So I'm planting these on April 2nd. I'm wondering, probably, what, October 2nd or something like that before we can cut them? Three and a half passes and we got this field planted. It's not bad. Hey Dom, how's it going? It's going good here. Putting beans in the ground. And doing grass. Old man's up there working on the median, I think. Working on grass and... somewhere. There he is. Way up there. I had to find him. He's way up there. Probably need to move some of that grass over and make some hay. I'll do that after I get done here. Don't hit the tree, don't hit the tree, don't hit the tree, don't hit the tree. Oop. See, that's why I like to stop and lower it first and then turn it on, because it doesn't lower quite fast. This is a different texture down here too. This isn't like a fully cultivated texture, so I don't know what that what that will do. Hey, look, there's our baler. This is the DB120 by JHHG. It's the one in the mod hub. It's the big one. I think it's the biggest one. Alright, that's all done. I'm gonna go up to the BGA. Turn that off. Find a truck here. Let's go see what's going on. So, yeah, we got 15 million liters of grass and only 1,100, well, 1.1 million liters of hay. Let me see what's going on back here. Can you see if you do it? Yeah, okay, so we need to do grass in there. Got a little bit of hay back here, not a whole lot. That'll change, though. We can take some of this grass out of here and put it in that one there. That one does a lot. Get some grass in here. Not silage grass. Yep. Oh man, my neighbor's cooking something. Smells like French toast. When the wind is coming from a certain direction, I can smell what they're cooking. It's like the rock. Do you smell what your neighbor's cooking? Yep, if the wind's coming from the right direction. I think I'm gonna grab. I think I'm gonna grab a load of silage and sell it in C. That should give us almost $30-something thousand. I'm gonna grab what's in the tanks here. I know there's not a lot in there, but $2,200 liters per silo, maybe. It's only $76,000, so we won't get a full payout for this, but we'll get a little bit. Kind of want to do it while it's above 300, and I think it's just above 300 right now. So, because it does go down. See how much we can make off that. It's not gonna be a whole lot. $23,000. I think after this load, I'm gonna go sleep and get us into May and see what kind of contracts we got. Need to take this grass out here. We don't need this one little entry here. We can open this whole thing up too. Yeah, so this thing is a beast when it comes to making hay. We're already at 11,000 and I just started dumping in there a while ago. So eventually we'll get rid of those and maybe put another one of these in here that way. Or well, I guess we could stack them in here if we wanted to. Do maybe 2 or 3 rows of them. Probably 2 rows would be enough. Don't even need that much. Alright. Let's go. I'm gonna go to May, old man.
Okay.
I know we're going to have to spray. I know we're going to have to fertilize. So we'll stop in May and do all that. Is anything on sale? Nope. There's a honeybee on sale. It's not a big one though. It's not. I don't think it's one we're looking for. All right, and then sleep again. Save. Some weeding contracts. Not really overly impressed. It's just weeding contracts, that's it. I think there'd be some spraying ones too.
Hey, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just hear?
Hear what?
They scrubbed it.
Did they really?
Yep.
Why'd they scrub it?
I was trying to listen to it. Something's, I don't know.
Well, that stinks. Artemis 1 launch is scrubbed for today due to liquid hydrogen 2 leak during core stage tank fill. How do we ever expect to go to Mars if we can't even get our stuff to work?
That's why I say SpaceX is going to make it there first.
Yeah, SpaceX, I have a feeling will make it first. I think you're right. Well, let's see. Let me look at our fields here. I'm sure they probably need to be, yep, they all need to be sprayed. That's going to be fun. Guess I can take this thing.
We got sprayers.
We got one. We have to buy some. Whoa, we want to buy some herbicide too. Let's see, is this herbicide sitting over here? Yep, looks like it. Go ahead and load this up. Yeah, NASA's not instilling me with a lot of confidence in this Artemis 1 project. They got top engineers working on this rocket and they can't fix the thing from leaking. Sounds like a lemon to me. Alright, so 25,000 liters. I'll see how far I get on that. If I have to, I can take the truck and empty it out and put herbicide in it. So I gotta put grass down there too, don't I? A lot of beans. Got this field all in beans, that one back there in beans, and then that great big field in beans. We're gonna have a lot of beans. I think there would be I bet there's a weeding mission for 41. Well, if we don't do the weeding missions, you'd think they would bring in some spraying missions. Alright, I'm spraying. Keep up with my progress with this little map here. This edge, there's no beans on this edge, so I'm just going to spray where the beans are. And we'll see how much I use. I'm gonna run till empty and see if I need to bring that truck up with herbicide in it or not. Got a feeling I'm probably gonna have to. So the next window to launch is Monday.
You think they'll get it ready in time?
Psh, no. Yeah, I get like that. I get other smells stuck in my nose that, even though it's not around, like the rest of the day, it'll still be with me. When you work in the medical field, you kind of can just use your imagination.
See, the thing was with that med is, I have to imagine it. I know what that smell is.
Yeah, you know. You know all the smells. Well, Black Cat brought up the smell of metal after welding that gets stuck in your nose. And, well, it just kind of went from there. So I'm hoping that we will be able to sell our corn and soybeans tomorrow. We may not get that land today. Maybe tomorrow. Because this is going to be a process.
That one's going to be a long process.
Yep. But I'm not using a ton of herbicide. I did a whole pass and I'm down to 92%, so maybe I can go for a while before I have to fill up. It's just going to be one of those slow processes. Ooh, I just had a craving for cheese dip. I don't know why. I want some cheese dip and some Cool Ranch Doritos.
You know, that's probably one of our upgrades we should do as a sprayer.
Probably at some point. Get a sprayer. We got so much to do. We got to pay. We ain't even paid a dime back on her loan. We need a bigger tractor. But to get that field 44 in soybeans means way more money after the fact. Because if we get that field, just that field alone could mean a sprayer, or it could mean a tractor. Because that's a big field. That's a really decent sized field. And it's got beans in it. I was looking at this other field down here, field 33. What is that? Is that barley? What is that? It's not potatoes. It's got to be barley, right? I can't tell the color. Kind of looks like barley. I saw that. I was like, surely that's not like green grapes, because the color is almost...
33 is barley.
Okay. I was going to say, it almost looks like green grapes. And I was like, I've never seen anybody plant green grapes for a neighboring field. Barley it is. Well, I was going to watch a rocket launch this afternoon, but I guess I'll probably be spraying. Guess I could go get a pizza.
You can go get a pizza, spray some herbicide, and watch John.
Oh yeah, we can watch John. Twitch.tv/PumaPlow, guys. We can watch John. That's what I usually do on my Saturday. Eat pizza and watch John. And play Farm Sim. Yeah, there was a hydrogen leak. My thing is like, this is NASA, right? They're supposed to be like the top minds, you know, engineers and stuff running the show. And if they've got these leaks going on with Artemis 1, how do they expect to have all this stuff fixed by the time they get to Artemis 3, which is going to carry people, live people, to the moon? Nope, they scrubbed the launch, Nate Dogg. My thing is, before they even think about sending live people to the moon, they got to make sure that their rocket is, you know, every T is crossed, every I is dotted. They've got to make sure that this thing is like a Lego. You snap it together and it's going to stick, you know. It can't be any, okay, well, we got a leak here and a leak there, but we should be ready to go next time. No, if you're having leaks, you have an engineering problem. There is no, you know, next time. You redesigned where you do not have leaks. You don't just put a band-aid on it and say, let's go. Sounds like it was, if you're having leaks, it sounds like your rocket was not designed correctly. So you go back to the drawing board. I don't care if it delays the mission. You need to redesign the rocket to where it's going to work. Think people would let cars on the highway if a lot of them had fuel leaks? No. They would redesign it to where it did not have a fuel leak or have a chance of having a fuel leak. That's where NASA needs to be at. There's accountability that is not being accounted for. Yeah, they're government run, but the parts are actually they're leftover used parts from the space shuttle program. The SRBs are left over from the shuttle program. The engines that are on the bottom of the base of the main fuselage, just below the hydrogen tank, those engines are left over from the shuttle itself, and they are used engines. They have flown before. They have been lit before. Yeah, I mean, if they're having all these problems, it's not like we're in a space race anymore. You know, back in the 60s, you know, I was talking to old man about this. Back in the 60s, we were in a space race. So the men that were going on those missions knew that, I mean, there was a high chance and high risk of stuff failing. And stuff did fail. You know, there were issues, and we learned from them. But I don't think they're learning from their problems that they're having now. They're just saying, well, let's get it fixed and then we'll try again. No. Sounds like you need some new engineers. Sounds like you need to try to pick up some of them SpaceX engineers and redesign your rocket to where it doesn't leak. Now, granted, you know, the Starship has crashed repeatedly. So, but this is NASA, and this is, you know, they're planning to send people to the moon in these rockets that don't work. So, it's a far throw from what it was in the 60s, you know. We were in a space race trying to beat the Soviets back then to the moon. And you know, it's you look at all the problems they had. Look at Apollo 1, you know. They had problems with the hatch, problems with safety, and then, you know, communications and design and, you know, all that. And then you look at Apollo 12, You know, it got hit by lightning, so they learned their lesson about lightning. Now they have new rules for that. You look at Apollo 13, it had issues. One of the Apollo missions, the camera didn't work that they were on the moon with. Apollo 13 is your favorite space movie? Nate Dogg, have you ever seen the mini-series From the Earth to the Moon? That series is made with a lot of the same actors that were in Apollo 13. And you'll recognize them when you watch, if you ever watch the series. Yeah, you need to see that, From the Earth to the Moon. It's hosted by Tom Hanks, and it was made just after Apollo 13, and they use a lot of the same stuff and a lot of the same actors. So a few of them are different because, you know, you can't get every actor to come back, but for the most part, you know, a lot of the actors are the same. It's really a good series. You need to watch it. It covers everything from before we got into the Apollo program. It covers everything, you know, getting into the Apollo program, Apollo 8, Apollo 11, and 12, and it's really, really a good series. If you liked Apollo 13, you will love From the Earth to the Moon. And there's other space movies out there. There's The Right Stuff, which covers the Mercury 7 astronauts. And I think they just recently did one, what was it, First Man, I think, that covered Neil Armstrong. There's a lot of really good documentaries out there, but yeah, From the Earth to the Moon. Check it out if you ever get a chance to. You can probably find the DVD set probably discounted out there somewhere. Word of the day. I'll have to think on that one. Yeah, it probably needs to be something involved with that. Hey, Wonder Bread's got it. Scrubbed. No, scrubbed. They scrubbed the mission again. So we'll just say the word of the day is scrubbed. Let's say scrubbed again. How about that? Scrubbed again. Yeah, scrubbed again, the man. Scrubbed again. That's 2 words, but yeah, it'll work. Hey Sean, how's it going? Where am I looking? Here we go. Let's see. What's the width on that? 40.2, 28, 36.5. That's better. So we have two of those. I wonder what the difference is. I'm glad I clicked back. I'm about to the end of the field here. Whoop. Oh, did you get a gaming PC, Sean? All right. Sean has crossed over. Welcome to the dark side, my friend. We have cookies. Oh, we got pizza too, yeah. We got pizza, orange soda, cookies, candy, chips and dip, burgers, tacos. I'm getting a little hungry. I don't know. I'm at 70%. I might make it. I don't know. I might finish this one field. Not really slowing down any, but I'm in the cloth, so it's staying the steady 7 miles an hour that it's supposed to. Can't remember which one of these. Whoa. I don't know if it's this one. If Trent were here, he'd know if it's either this one or the other one. I think this is probably the good one. This one's got more options. So you can make this a spreader or a sprayer. We would want a sprayer probably. It's 231 grand. Just for that. Oh, is that a light bar? What is that on top of there? Is that a light bar? It's like a LED light bar on top of there. Whatever it is, you can't get rid of it. This one seems kind of big. It looks like a, yeah, it looks like a beacon bar up there. I was gonna say, if you have that on top, you really don't need to put an extra beacon on there. Figure at some point they're gonna run out of colors if they add more crop. So I think I'm going to stop down here at the end of this pass. And I'm going to go over to the BGA. It's 284, which it's lower than it was. But it looks like each one out of the 6 has 69,000 liters of silage. Because we did sleep, we went to May 1st, so we slept a couple of days there. Alright, I'm going to stop right here for now. Unless they find a truck. We'll see how much we can make, I guess, at 284. See what we can do. There's 1.4. 31,000. So we'll get another 31 and another 31, and then a little bit after that. Boy, it's going to be close. $14.35. This next one should get us up to $14.66, and then we're just a stone's throw away. I think we'll have enough off just the silage here. Alright, let's see what we get. Should get around 1.466. 65 or 66, somewhere in there. And it could be 67. 1.467. Yep, 1.467, just over 1.467. So I was pretty close. So there's like 28,000 liters left in each one of the back ones. That might be enough to kick us right up to where we need to be. We're gonna be short $1, Bob. About almost 29,000 liters per one, so that should give us 87,000 liters maybe, or 77,000. No, I was right. 80. Yeah, 87. It's still processing too, so it might be a little more. I was close. 86.9. Might as well say 87. Let's see if this will do it. Yep. Okay, first off, what do we need for that field? This should do it. 1.472. We got the field. We got the field. Yeah, we got the field. Okay, 41. It's in soybeans. 1.472. We own the field. We only have $19,000 left in our account, but we own the field. All right. So, let me find... Here it is. I'm gonna go dump this. See, I don't think I can dump it directly. I think I've got to... Or can I? Well, it won't eject pallets. Maybe I do have to dump it directly. Yep. Okay, so we'll just dump this directly. And then I'm going to put some herbicide in here. Whoop. If I can back up right. Oh boy. Okay. You know what? We'll swing by our new field. Take a look at it. You ready? I'm gonna get this thing going fast on the interstate. Maybe. Let's see. Don't want to miss my turnoff either. $70. Can we hit 88 miles per hour? The flux capacitor is on. 81. 84, 85, 86, 87, 88 miles per hour. Woo! Brakes. Hit the brakes. I got to turn. Alright. So here is our new field. Field 41. It's a nice, pretty good sized field. It's in soybeans. That's the biggie. The fact that it is in soybeans, and it's 45.7 acres. You actually get quite a bit. We could actually probably mow the grass along the thing here, because I think you get all that grass. Yeah. There's grass to the north of it, to the west of it. And then we could expand this field after this year's harvest. Oh yeah, there's a ton of grass down here. And we've taken the first step in, you know, getting some larger fields. We can clear these trees out eventually once we get 40 and merge these together. But we're going to have a lot of beans, a lot of soybeans. And we'll get the extra straw off of it, so we'll get a little bit back. Alright, back to spraying. Wonder if anybody's ever crashed a truck full of herbicide. What are the environmental downfalls or whatever of it? Alright, I left out. Let me go up here. I had to cut a few trees down out here. They kind of got in the way. Alright, just gonna park that right there, and then we can get back to spraying here. I think I'm gonna have to take my first break. It's probably going pretty good without taking a break. Alright, I'm gonna take my first break and I will be right back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let me hit this button right there. I'm content. We have our field. And Traxie's going nuts. I don't know if y'all can hear her in there, but man, she is carrying on. She wants me to come in there and play. I have a laser that she likes to chase around. I don't know if y'all can hear her or not, but man. She seems to be trying to talk to me. She's... She'll come in here in a minute and start yakking. I'll be like... So since it's September now, and it's kind of officially October Eve, can we start watching Halloween movies?
Why not?
I say I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start watching some Halloween movies. It's crazy. There's people putting their Christmas trees up. Now, you know, I think it's too early for that. Unless it's still up from last year. Phil. I don't know if he still have his up. He did have his up. He leaves his up sometimes. But, I don't know. It just seems to be too early for, I'd say September through October is like fall/Halloween. November through December is like Thanksgiving/Christmas. So I think Thanksgiving and Christmas are kind of almost one and the same. And I may get some hate for that, but you know, really, if you think about it, I mean, November is, I mean, it's full of Christmas. I mean, that's when everything Christmas starts. So why not have 2 months of Christmas with Thanksgiving included? You know, it's kind of like a bonus. Which, you know, a lot of people put their trees up on November 1st. Some of them, you know, our tradition in our house was we did Thanksgiving, had our Thanksgiving meal, and then we put our Christmas tree up either Thanksgiving afternoon or the Friday after. And they always aired, they don't do this anymore, now they air some dog show. But they used to air Miracle on 34th Street, the original one. And it was followed by It's a Wonderful Life. That was the tradition. They used to air that every year when I grew up. And then they stopped airing it, and then they started airing some dog show. Look, people are already talking about Christmas. I'm talking about Halloween and, you know, fall Halloween, fall/Halloween. There's people that are putting their trees up right now, today. And I'm thinking, no, it's not quite that time yet. You don't want this month to end? Well, for everything, there's a season. And right now, it's a season. It's September. The burr months are my time of year. September, October, November, December. You can keep January through August. But this is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays. And the holiday season is a perk of it. I love the weather. The holiday season. Everything that comes along with it. You get soup weather. You get... You know, it's apple and pumpkins and candy and turkey and ham and with all the fixings, you know, dressing and, you know, we don't do stuffing, we do dressing. It's cornbread dressing. And then green beans and corn and buttered rolls. I'm really hungry. I should probably stop talking about food. I'm okay with winter, man, as long as it doesn't ice. Or, aka, knock my power out. If I could control the weather in September, I would have decent temps, right? Highs in the lower to mid 70s, lows in the 50s, upper 50s, lower 60s. And then late September, when it actually turns fall, have late September be the fall foliage. I almost said foliage. Foliage, where the trees start turning colors. And then keep that for the second half of September and the first half of October. Then the second half of October, the leaves can still, be the colors, but they start falling, Yeah, no. Don't want no ice. No sleet to ice, rain to sleet to ice to snow. No. None of that. Give us a good quality snow that doesn't stick to the streets. It just sticks to the grass, Don't want to obscure travel. Don't want to knock the power out. Don't want to have to shovel the driveway or anything like that. And then November, the leaves can just go ahead and blow on off, Just be done with it. We can burn leaves. Actually, I think this is a UK thing. Anybody that's watching this from the UK can confirm this. There's actually, so you have fall, you have Halloween, and then there's another holiday or something called Bonfire Night. I don't know what that pertains to, but I am for it. It's after Halloween. I think it's in the first week of November sometime. We don't have minus 32 degrees days here. Unless it's, when we get those days, it's usually like anywhere from mid to late January through March. That's when we get our cold weather. But I would love to have a white Christmas. But yeah, I'm pro bonfire night. I would love to have a bonfire. I'll get some marshmallows and some Hershey's and some graham crackers to make some hot s'mores. I'll get some hot dogs and buns and ketchup, mustard, and all the fixings, whatever you want. It's looking like it's gonna, I don't know if it's just cloudy or what. We might get some rain. Yeah, 2 years ago, we got a good snow. We got a really good snow. Old Phil sent us some snow from Canada. It was 20, I want to say, it was 20 plus inches. I think it was around 22 inches maybe, 23, somewhere in there. It wasn't on Halloween. No, when was it? Was that in January or February or something? Yeah, a couple years ago, we have what's called the 30-year snow. Every 30 years or so, we get just a monstrous snow. And we hadn't seen snow like that since, I think it was the late 80s. I remember I was like, gosh, I think I was maybe 3 or 4. And my mom dressed me up like the kid from A Christmas Story. You know, the younger brother when he puts on the suit and his arms. I can't put my arms down. That's what I look like. And I could barely walk. And the almost 2 foot of snow didn't help. And I was barely, I don't even know how tall I was. I was a wee young lad. And every time I'd take a step in the snow, I'd fall over face down. Save. But yeah, I love the bird months. Give me the bird months. My time of the year. Alright, I've still got plenty in here, but I think I'm going to go ahead and fill up while I'm up here near this thing. No, I got the hiccups. See, can I fill it from the back? Yep, cool beans. Hey Trent, I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you a question. Was it the 4045 or the 4940 that you sent a link to me for? I can't remember. I really don't know. I don't even remember putting this in here. $49.40. Okay, I thought so. So it's this one. There's a case one that tried it. That's customs. Okay. We did? Did I post a picture of pumps and hoses? I don't remember posting a picture of pumps and hoses.
The fact sheets.
Was that pumps and hoses?
I believe so.
Is that part of pumps and hoses that they released today? Oh yeah, okay. I didn't see that, yeah. Oh yeah, pumps and hoses bag, okay. That is coming out September 27th, I think. You have to buy that one though. I think that one's like 20 bucks. Somehow FS Club had those yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if he's a partner or not. But whoever... I don't know if they have any way they'll find out. But posting those early, somebody could get in trouble for that. It's kind of like, what was that here recently where, what was it, Epic Games posted the Vermeer trailer early. Then they had to take it down. I knew they would have to because, you know, they have a contract about you know, leaking stuff early. Of course, you know, they have to give them the stuff so that they can get the videos and stuff uploaded, I guess, to them, so that they can upload them to their channels and servers and whatnot. And early access is often confidential until the actual announcement or release date from said company. Other companies do that too. Tech companies. Apple's a big stickler for it. They prefer not to have their product announced, you know, on some random leak channel or hacker channel or something. Alright, I need to go click over here. Whoop, not that. That's the wrong button. I need to hit that button. So, you guys remember what the word of the day is? Do you remember? Yep, Nestor's got it. The words, I guess words of the day is scrubbed again. In reference to the Artemis rocket being scrubbed again today. Scrubbed again. That would just make me nervous. Putting my faith in a government-run space organization, you know, that can't get the rocket to work right. I would not want to ride on that rocket. I don't know about y'all, but I would love to keep my feet on the ground for that. I feel bad for the stuffed animals and the mannequins that are going up there on Artemis 1. During the shuttle days, it got scrubbed 3.5 times. How do you get scrubbed 3.5 times? Three and a half. Trying to wrap my brain around that one. $3.5. Yeah, I know the shuttle got scrubbed many times, like for scheduled launches. Due to weather or, you know, something like that. I can remember there was only one actual launch where they had an abort. They had a, there was one where it launched and they did an abort to orbit, I think. And then there was one where the rockets actually lit up for a second and then shut down and it never left the pad. So is that when they're going to try to launch it again? Is October? I thought they were going to try to do it again Monday. They need to wait till October. They need to get in there and redesign the whole thing. If they can't get all the leaks and stuff fixed, how do they expect to go back to the moon? Yeah, sounds like they need to get on some engineers about that or something. If it wasn't designed to withstand the hydrogen fueling process. Are they going to roll it back to the VAB? That's what I was saying, old man, earlier. That's like they'll probably have to roll it back to the VAB because the weather is supposed to get... it's supposed to be kind of iffy here soon.
Yeah.
So they're gonna roll it back on the tracks back to the vehicle assembly building.
Maybe they should have used new parts.
Yeah.
Instead of used stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but...
Well, I'm thinking about that used stuff, you know. Those seals and stuff are probably kind of starting to get older and weaker and stuff, and you know, gaskets and stuff don't last for long. So, all right, let me get this back on GPS. Remember, guys, the word of the day today is scrubbed again. Let me get this going on GPS so I can switch screens here. All right. I'm going to put my title card back up here. Remember, the word of the day is scrubbed again. Let me switch over to this. And is it this one? Yeah. So let me move this back over where I can type in here. Alright, stay with me. Here we go. See y'all tomorrow.